If we could start with Aaron Miller, please.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403664. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Aaron Miller. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? This is
Gabrielle Lizell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Miller.
And ma'am, you are Aaron Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a jury trial today. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the plea offer that has been extended to plea as charged with the Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail will likely be accepted today.
All right, and Mr. Raleigh, is that a fair and accurate statement?
It is, Your Honor, and just to I guess further clarify, this will be a no contest plea.
All right, so what we'll be using as a factual basis?
Lack of memory.
Okay, but as far as the facts, you're emailing to my staff.
I have forwarded a report
Okay.
to Wendy and Megan.
All right, so let's print that off.
I haven't got it. I haven't gotten it either.
Okay. Every once in a while, it goes into like a spam or something. But
Sent it at 8:45, so I don't know.
yeah, it should be in one of the boxes, unless it went to. So the offer is plea to count 1 and Killebrew no jail time. Is that fair, Ms. Izell?
It is, Your Honor.
I still haven't got it, Raleigh. If you want to resend it.
Forward it again.
If it's encrypted, it won't come through.
Say anything about being encrypted.
Can we I think have we done it before? Same way, haven't we? We just because we printed off.
Yeah.
Right.
I just did that here to print it. Got another mess. I haven't got that one.
Got it? All right. All right, Ms. Raleigh, that's a fair statement of the no contest plea would be a plea to count 1 with a Killebrew of no jail.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
No jail. Right.
no upfront jail. All right. So let me run through the rest of the misdemeanor rights in this matter. Ms. Miller, you understand that you have a right to trial by jury to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by attorney Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
I do.
You have the right to have the question. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim to plea as a result of any promises other than what's been stated as a part of the agreements or threats that it was not your choice to plead no contest to the matter. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading no contest instead. Is it your intent today and your wish to plead no contest to the 93-day misdemeanor and or $500 assault and battery?
Yes, Your
All right. So that would be a no contest plea. And I'm in possession of the police report for 245-191-1966. And this is but I would use to take the, and it's there's a part of this is highlighted, to take the factual basis on the matter, Mrs. L. I use that,
Yes, Your
all
Honor.
right, and Mr. Raleigh, this is what you've sent.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and the basis for the no contest plea is
A lack of memory.
lack of memory. Ms. Miller, you understand that the lawyers have decided that there's going to be a Killebrew of no upfront jail, which means if I was to do something different than to follow the Killebrew agreement that is made between the lawyers, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. All right. I'm going to use the factual basis from 245-1911-1966. It appears this occurred on December 15th, 2024 at the offense location of 2900 Collins Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, which would be the date and the venue and the location. The defendant is indicated here is Aaron Ray Miller. And during treatment at, I believe this to be on 2900 Collins Roads, that there was an offensive touching of another between the defendant and the victim in this matter, Angela Christie, that ended up being, prior to treatment, a punch, kick, on multiple occasions, in the attempt to treat Miss Miller. She was kicked multiple times, and Christie advised she was kicked multiple times and bitten on her right wrist. Anything towards a factual basis for assault and battery, the offensive touching of another Mrs. L.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
And there's nothing to indicate that it was an accident or done unintentionally. There's nothing to indicate that this was done as a part of a fray or unintentionally or accidental. Mr. Raleigh, anything towards a factual basis?
It's just one thing, Your Honor, and I don't know how much it matters, but this occurred around midnight, so I don't know if it was on the 14th or the 15th.
Yeah, it occurred on December. Yeah, it's right on the line. It's like anywhere between December 14th, 23:30 to 23:40 to December 15th would be after the 15th. So that note, the December date is December 14th to December 15th, and we'll include both December 14th and 15th date in the factual allegation. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I find the no contest plea to be knowing voluntarily and accurately in regards to the factual basis. And that was by use of the Lansing Police Department police report. We will refer to probation at this time. And Ms. Miller, so if you go down to the 5th floor and all the way to the right, the probation department's there. They'll either see you there now or they'll set up an appointment. But what they'll do is they'll prepare a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available, okay? All right, so we'll refer to probation and set sentence date for
May 20th at 1:30.
at 1:30?
Yeah.
All right. So Ms. Miller, they'll take the report today, or they'll set a report, and then we've set the sentencing date for May 20th at 1:30. Anything else for the record? I'm going to be returning the police report to Mr. Raleigh. Anything else for the record in docket 24036664? Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Miller, we'll see you on that May 28th date. You should get a notice from my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today. Who's next, Ms. Azell?
We have a Motorola and I
I'm
think.
gonna identify them. On the Motorola Moto G Play cell phone, could you unmute and identify yourself? Motorola Moto G Play cell phone, could you unmute and identify yourself? Ms. Scott, I have you, so you're identified. On the Motorola Moto G Play, if you don't identify yourself, I'm going to remove you from the Zoom courtroom. Ma'am, sir or ma'am, what's your name?
Hello,
Yeah, what's your name?
D'Amato Richardson.
And what case are you here on, Miss Richardson?
Um, I'm supposed to be with Tony Flowers.
Okay, so are you here on Jaden Calkins' case?
No, I'm on Tony Flores.
What's your
It's
last
from
name, sir?
Richardson,
And what's your first name?
D'Amato.
I don't have you on my docket. Let me see if you're in the right place.
I'm supposed to be on Tony Flores. It says
Yeah, this is
318.
Judge Flores. This is Judge Flores you're talking to. Do you have a number of your case?
Yes. Well, I just got the meet number. It don't have no.
All right. So you don't have a regular number like a 25 or dash something? Top right corner?
No.
It says misdemeanor.
It said misdemeanor. It don't have no numbers or nothing.
What's your first name? Spell out your first name for me.
DEMOTO.
MOTO.
Mhm.
In front of Judge Simmons on April 7th at 8:30.
So you're supposed to be in front of Judge Simmons on April 7th at 8:30.
No, here go the paper right here.
What? I don't know what the paper says, but I don't have you on my docket. I don't have you on today's docket.
I don't know, because it said 3/18/25 at 9 a.m. That's what we got on this paper.
Was it 9:15?
So should I just go down to the courts?
Wait, I wonder if he's
Oh.
got a civil case.
What time is your docket? What time is that?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Yeah. Tony
Do you have a
Flores.
do you have an attorney on your case?
No.
No. And did you meet with the public defender or make application to the public defender?
No.
Yeah, you're not on my.
I don't know what to tell him other than that's what the computer
Okay,
shows.
he's got a that sheet you have that you just showed me. What's the number at the top of the sheet on the right hand corner of the sheet?
Where it says case number, it don't say anything. It just says offense misdemeanor.
It don't have no case number or nothing. It just says misdemeanor, then it got the court's number right under that. It says Tony Flores, and then it says Zoom 8/3/18/25 at 9 a.m. That's it. And this the paper they gave me at court when I was inside, when they had locked me up and I had to see a judge. This paper they gave me.
that was the paper you got at arraignment? I think they gave you the wrong paper.
Your Honor, is this DeMarco Washington?
No, it's
Otto.
D'Amato Richardson.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not, so, sir, you are not DeMarco Washington, is that right? You're D'Amato Richardson?
Yes, D'Amato Richardson.
All right. I think they gave you the wrong paper, sir. So let's find out where you're supposed to be, all right?
Okay.
And I think that paper is mistaken because you are not on my docket. And when we look up the file, when we look up your name, we get a Judge Simmons case.
Yes.
They got me on a tether thing.
Yep, he's on tether.
Yep, they've got you on tether, and the arraigning judge was Judge Buchanan.
I don't know. It's on the paper. It said Tony Flores.
That's for today.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I think they gave you the wrong paper. So
okay.
So let's make this. You should be in front of Judge Simmons on April 7th. April 7th
At 8:30.
at 8:30.
Judge, I'll send them a notice too.
And we'll send you out a notice in the mail. Okay, we'll send you out a notice in the mail at your last known updated address that was taken by the magistrate or Judge Buchanan at your arraignment. But I'm going to send it to you. That's the last known address we have. April 7th at 8:30 in front of Judge Simmons, and we'll send you a new notice out for that.
Okay.
All right. All right. You're not in front of me, so I don't have you on the docket. So you should be all set, Mr. Richardson.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they gave him the wrong paper. So we're on the record in docket 25-00476. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Destiny Dela Cruz. So the parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Destiny De La Cruz.
And ma'am, you are Destiny Victoria Dela Cruz, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people have extended a plea offer in this case. The plea offer is to count 1 of domestic violence with an agreement to 7694A status and Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? That's the offer.
Yes, it is, Your
All
Honor.
right. And do you intend on, does Ms. Dela Cruz intend on taking the offer today?
Yes, Your Honor, she will accept the offer.
All right. So it's my understanding it's plead to the charge. With 769-4A status and a Killebrew of no jail or no upfront jail. Is that correct, Ms. Zell?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee, may I inquire of Ms. Dela Cruz of her advice of misdemeanor rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Dela Cruz, you understand you have the right, some rights in this matter. I'm going to walk you through those rights. This is a plea to the charge of get the information. Domestic violence, which is a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. There's an agreement between the attorneys that you receive 769-4A status, and there's a Killebrew of no upfront jail. If I was to do something different than follow that recommendation, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea results of anything other than what we've stated placed on the record. That's the offer. Or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty to the domestic violence misdemeanor. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the domestic violence misdemeanor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you raised your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to February 16th, 2025 at 2701 Newark Avenue in the city of Lansing, Michigan, which is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you at the February 16th? Were you on February 16th at the 2701 Newark Avenue address in Lansing?
Yes.
And who is Tyrese Deshaun Cooper to you?
My ex-boyfriend.
All right. So you were in a dating relationship with him at one time?
Yes.
All right. So you're pleading today to offensively touching Mr. Cooper, and it was not done in self-defense or it wasn't done in accident. What did you do to Mr. Cooper to offensively touch him on February 16th, 2025?
I punched him.
Okay. And that wasn't done in accident?
No.
Okay. And that wasn't done in self-defense?
No.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find that the factual basis is knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will refer to probation. So, ma'am, please be as candid with probation. They're going to consider whether 6940 status is appropriate and the no upfront jail. And if so, just be as candid as you can with them. And that'll be on the 5th floor, all the way down on the right side of the 5th floor. And they'll either see you today or they'll set up an appointment to see you. But what they're going to do is they're going to prepare a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, we'll set for sentencing on
May 20th at 1:30.
May 20th at 1:30. Anything else for the record in 2500476, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Miss Dela Cruz, we'll see you on that May 20th date. All right, ma'am?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark goes right. Mark. Sir, on the Motorola Moto G 5G cell phone, would you please identify yourself?
Derek Lampman.
You're here for your 9:30, Mr. Lampman?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you represented by counsel today? I don't have you represented by counsel.
I should be. I was appointed. I was able and eligible for a public defender.
Okay, all right.
What's his name?
Lampman, and that is a public defender case. All right, Mr. Lampman, you are in the right place. We'll read. It's Derek Lampman. We've got somewhat. We still are calling 8:30s, but we'll call you. But you're in the right place. All right, sir.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Calkins, you're here for your final pretrial at 8:30. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, ma'am, you understand you're supposed to be here in person?
No, I'm so
All right.
sorry.
Well, all right, I'm gonna place you in a room with your public defender and you can talk to him, but we're set for final pretrial at 8:30. Once Mr. Lee joins us, he'll join you in room 1. I'm gonna give you a prompt to go to room 1, all right, ma'am?
Okay.
So you should have a prompt to go to room 1 and I'll put Mr. Lee in the same room with you.
Your Honor, I don't mean to interrupt, but I have I'm outside and I don't have a way to charge my phone, and I'm like on 3% because I'm currently homeless. But I just wanted to show up to court to make sure that I don't have any warrant for this. But I don't have no way to charge my phone, and I was wondering if you could see me now, so that way my phone don't cut off, and then I end up getting in trouble.
We're going to see you in the next, and you're going to call your case in the next few minutes, Ms. Scott. You're represented by the public defender, all right, ma'am?
Okay, because I have 3% on my phone.
All right. Well, you've got about 6 cases with us, so it's a good idea for you to show up today.
Okay, so I'm here. I'm trying not to for it to go dead, but I'm homeless and I have no way to charge my phone right now.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Scott, do you have the opportunity to charge your phone? And you're gonna have to unmute, ma'am.
I don't have a way to charge my phone. I don't have a way.
All right. Well,
Can I come back to court?
your attorney is talking to a client in lockup. Once he gets up here, Mr. Harris, we'll call your case, but he is talking to another client at this time. All right.
Okay, is
So,
there any way that I can go to someone's house and charge my phone and then come back?
yes, you can go and charge your phone and come back.
Okay, thank you so much.
But you should definitely come back since you've got
I will,
you've got multiple files with us. All right.
I will. I have 2% of my phone. I will. I'll charge my phone for about 15 minutes and I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, are you Shamar Cooper? And
I am.
all right. Stand by, you're in the right place, and we'll let your defense attorney know that you're here. All right, ma'am? All right, sir?
Okay.
Under the moniker of Tiffany, are you Tiffany Jackson?
Yes, I am.
That's all right. And ma'am, did you made are you represented by counsel today?
Yes, sir.
You made application to the public defender's office?
Yes, I did. I spoke with him. Oh, one day this week he called. Last week he called me. I want to say Thursday or Friday, and he told
All
me he
right,
would see
stand
me here
by.
this morning.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place. I have the public defender here, but they're meeting with another client. And then we'll call your case. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 25-00481. That is people of the state of Michigan versus David Harris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Allen.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Harris, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are David Harris, is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people are unable to move forward as the necessary witnesses in the case did fail to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date and we have contacted them via phone. We are not sure why they are not here today.
Okay.
Given that, Your Honor, since the necessary witnesses have failed to appear, we'd be requesting the case be dismissed. Thank you.
If I remember correctly, this was set before and for no contact and a hearing on the matter. And I don't believe the witnesses appeared on that date either. Is that a fair statement?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then last week, we also had the bond modification hearing, Your Honor.
Right, that was
witnesses failed to appear again.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about, the March 11th bond modification. The victims failed to appear. And then we set it for final pretrial. But they did not appear at the bond modification hearing. Based on the subpoenas were sent out and were not answered. People are unable to proceed today. I'm gonna grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice from the defendant. Now we'll print that out.
It's printed.
Oh, Mr. Harris, if I could draft you to.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to approach?
You may.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, so I'm in possession of the order of acquittal, dismissal without prejudice on case number 25-00481. For the people's inability to proceed, the complaining victims have failed to answer the subpoena. And then this has happened once. This happened once before. I'll grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Mr. Harris, what this means is that the case is dismissed without prejudice. The people could reissue if they choose to, but the case is dismissed realistically today. All right, sir. There is a there is a GPS, and we will contact the GPS to let them know that you are coming in for removal of that. What you should take a copy of this. We'll make you a copy of this, and that would be in Mason. That'll be at the sheriff's department. That's usually where it takes place, the removal of the GPS. Also, I would give about a day to have all the no contact orders and all the pretrial conditions purged from the computer system. So I'd give about a 5 o'clock till today to just have that all purged out, so we don't have any ambiguity concerning any no contact order, possession of a firearms, things of that nature. All right, sir. All right, I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00481, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harris, you should get a copy of this. And I don't know if my court officers. Yeah, when she's back, she'll make you a copy. All right, sir? All right. That's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance today. And that Megan is bringing up Draper.
If my understanding is Mr. Montrell Johnson is also in custody downstairs. That case, my understanding is we do not have any witnesses, so I'd be willing to waive his appearance and I could bring a copy of the dismissal downstairs to him.
Is that a fair statement, Mrs. L? That's there's no witnesses here on that case for the final pretrial.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. We'll put that on the record. This is Mr. Oh, let's go ahead and put Mr. Johnson, and then we can provide all right, so we're on the record in docket 25-0008. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Montrell Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record, Mrs. L?
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Montrell Johnson. He's not in the courtroom, Your Honor. My understanding is he is downstairs in the LPD lockup. We are waiving his appearance today for reasons we will go into further on the record.
So it's my understanding this is set for final pretrial today. Mr. Johnson is in lockup. Mr. Harris has had the opportunity. We'll have the opportunity to speak with him and show him a copy of the dismissal. It's my understanding is the witnesses have failed to appear today. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. They were subpoenaed for today's date. We have been in contact with them. They did indicate that they would likely not be able to appear today, but they weren't able to give me a solid reason why.
Okay, so the people are unable to proceed to at trial. They were subpoenaed. There was some kind of contact made, and they indicated that they were not going to be present, and they wouldn't indicate why.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, with that understanding, Mr. Harris, do you have a motion for dismissal?
Yes, Your Honor. Given the failure to appear and the prosecution's inability to proceed, we would be requesting that this case be dismissed, Your Honor. Permission to approach?
You may. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Right, I'll state for the record, I'm in possession of the order of acquittal on 25-00008. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Montrell Johnson. Mr. Johnson has indicated, Mrs. L, we are waiving his appearance. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Waiving the appearance of Mr. Johnson, and this case is dismissed without prejudice based on the defendant's motion to dismiss. The people are unable to proceed today. The complaining witnesses were subpoenaed, did not indicate why they weren't going to be here. And so this case is dismissed without prejudice. There is so Mr. Harris, just so Mr. Johnson, when you make him aware of what's happened today, just remind him it takes about a day to get everything purged from the system. All right, so I've signed the dismissal without prejudice. People could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. And then we'll make a copy for Mr. Harris to take to Mr. Johnson. And that's all for the record in 25-00008. And then, Mr. Harris, did you want to go on Mr. Draper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00472. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Thaddeus Draper. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Thaddeus Draper Jr., Your Honor, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Thaddeus Draper Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Right, this is the time set for a people of the state of Michigan final pretrial. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
The necessary witnesses today are here for the people. We have extended a plea offer in this case to plea as charged to count 1 of domestic violence with an agreement to no upfront jail and no agreement to 7694A as well.
That is correct, Your Honor. I have spoken with my client and he indicated he would like to accept the offer of the DB with Killebrew no upfront jail and 7694A.
Okay, so there's a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail. And then status of 7694A status. All right, Mr. Harris may inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of misdemeanor rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Draper, it's my understanding the offer in this matter is to plead as charged. There's an agreement between the attorneys of no upfront jail and a Killebrew agreement of 769-4A status. If I was not to follow that agreement, not to give you 769-4A status, or to give you more than a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to walk you. The ultimate penalty that the court could issue on this is 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the following jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was results of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it still your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty on this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to February 14th at 2900 Collins Road. That's McLaren Hospital in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. Were you at 2900 Collins Road on February 14th, 2025?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who is at Ava Jayan Henry to you?
The mother of my child.
Okay, so you have a child in common.
Yes, sir.
All right. You are pleading guilty to offensively touching of Ava Jayan Henry in regards to activity that occurred on February 14th on Collins Road. That this offensive touching was not done in self-defense or accidentally. Can you tell me what you did to Miss Henry in regards to offensively touching her?
I struck her forehead.
Okay.
Because of the-
And Miss Henry did not want to be struck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was not done by accident. And you meant to do this at the time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis, Ms. Azell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll refer to probation. So probation will be down to see you, or you can see them, but we'll refer to probation in order to see what options are available to us at sentencing, and also to see the 769-4A status. The decision made, probation will send a recommendation, and we will set for sentencing on
20th at 1:30.
May 20th at 1:30. And then we'll contact probation to be down to see you. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00472, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, regarding my client's bond, he has indicated if possible, he would like to, if it's not already there, request third-party contact for purposes of childcare. He currently is dealing with an Eaton County hold and has his and has a bond of 10,000 cash surety and 5,000 cash surety on his felony files that I understand were bound over. But in the event that he's able to resolve those bonds and get out and resolve that Eaton County hold, he asked me if I could request the possibly modifying his bond to allow third-party contact for purposes of childcare.
All right, Mrs. Zell, I'm reluctant to reduce bond as the modification. We can take a look at. Since he is on hold in another county, he should be collecting time on this.
Yeah.
So let's so that. But if that changes, I'll entertain a motion to change for modification of the 3,010% bond that was set by Magistrate Millmore. In regards to third-party contact, Mrs. L, concerning, I'm assuming you have a child in common. How old is that child?
She just turned a month old.
Okay, so she's 1 month old.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mrs. L.
I'm sorry. My godson as well.
All right. So I don't know if I can do anything in regards to the godson.
His father is deceased, so.
Okay.
She's not the
Yeah, that's not a child in common, and so, and I don't think the no contact orders in regards to the godson. It's probably just in regards to Miss Henry, and Miss Henry is she in charge of the godson right now?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Mrs. L.
Your Honor, we have spoken to Ms. Henry about this matter. If we could have identification of the potential third parties that would be doing that contact, we wouldn't have any objection to that third party contact for purposes of childcare.
So no objection to third party contact, but must provide to Ava Diane Henry. I don't know if I'm saying that middle name correctly or not. Identification of person to be involved in third party. I think that's a fair request.
Yes, I've spoken to my client, Your Honor. He indicated that his brother, Demorian Draper, would be able to facilitate that if possible.
Is that acceptable?
It seems so, Your Honor.
All right. So on record, the third party contact, in order to set up any contact with Miss Henry, because it's direct or indirect contact as far as the no contact order would be, and then give me the name again.
Demorian Draper, that's DAMORIAN Draper.
Draper. All right, so with that understanding, I've modified the no contact order to include third-party contact for purposes of Mr. Demorian Draper contacting Miss Henry in regards to childcare or any childcare issues. And that should take care of both. But that's really in regards to the child in common. if Ms. Henry's also in charge of the other child, that should take care of the no contact order in regards to indirect contact. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00472, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Draper, you're all set. We will see you on May 20th at 1:30. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lee, were you ready on Mr. Calkins?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
And then we don't need Mr. Johnson because, yeah, so,
I'll let him know.
yeah, you can let him know and he's gonna, I think, was a copy made of the.
Yes, I have a
okay.
copy here. I
All
can
right.
go down and speak with
All
him.
right. All right, Mr. Lee, and we'll call Jaden Calkins. Ms. Calkins, you can unmute. We'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 20-03318. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jaden Calkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jaden Alexandria Calkins.
And ma'am, you are Jaden Alexandria Calkins, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Calkins?
I can.
Okay, thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. We've had some discussions and Ms. Calkins recognizes that she should be here in person. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, the people have extended a plea offer in this case. The plea is to plea as charged to the count of assault and battery. The agreement would be for a kilobrew of no upfront jail with agreement to hide a status.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And does Mr. Calkins plan on taking the offer?
Yes, she is going to accept the offer. She will be pleading no contest today due to limited memory of the interaction at the hospital.
All right. And we've got right here. All right. May I inquire of Ms. Calkins of her misdemeanor advice of misdemeanor rights?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Calkins, you understand that the ultimate penalty that the court could sentence you to is 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
That there's an agreement between the attorneys that you receive HYT status and that we kilobrew no upfront jail. If I was going to do anything different than follow the record, then follow that kilobrew no upfront jail or not set or not give you HYT status, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to walk you through your jury trial rights in this matter. So you have the following trial rights in this matter. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify? If your plea of no contest is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the no contest plea was a result of any promises other than what we placed on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead no contest in this matter. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading no contest instead. Is it your wish today to plead no contest to this matter and waive your jury trial rights?
It is.
All right. And I am in possession of, for the factual basis for the no contest plea, my understanding is that this is appropriate for lack of memory. Is that a fair statement, Mrs. Zell?
It is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right, I am in possession of the LPD case number of 205-190-8915. And this is what I'm using in regards to the factual basis for the no contest plea. Is that a fair statement, Mrs. L?
It is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so this is for conduct which occurred on August 29th, 2020 at the offense location of 1215 East Michigan Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Appears that Jamie Osterhout is the victim in the matter. He was a Sparrow security guard, and at approximately 21:55 on August 29th, Ms. Calkins punched a Mr. Osterhout in the left eye at Sparrow Hospital on that 1215 East Michigan. It does not appear from the report that this happened in self-defense or it would happen during a mutual fray. It does appear that Ms. Calkins would have a lack of memory because there was something in regard in the report as to intoxication. Anything towards a factual basis for assault and/or assault and battery at Mrs. L.
Just a slight clarification, it is Miss Jamie Osterhouse, Your Honor.
Housed?
Yes, just Miss.
Oh, it's Miss. Thank you. So Miss Jamie, I have Osterhout.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the assault was to Miss Jamie Osterhout. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. I find the factual basis for the no contest plea to be accurate and to fulfill the elements of assault and battery. I think we should refer to probation. So Ms. Calkins, you have 48 hours. So you should refer to probation by Thursday at 4. That'd be March 20th at 4. And what they're going to do is they're going to do a report for me, and I'm going to see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. So that probation is on the 5th floor of this building. That's City Hall of Lansing at 124 West Michigan Avenue. And they should be expecting you by 4 o'clock on March 26th, and we'll set sentencing for
May 20th at 1:30.
May 20th at 1:30. So we've set sentencing for May 20th at 1:30. You might want to call probation to make sure that they know you're coming on that date, and then they might give you an actual a different appointment date. But we'll set it for sentencing to see what options are available to us on May 20th at 1:30, and you'll get notice sent to the Doris Drive address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, anything else for the record in 20-03318, Mrs. L?
I'm sorry. Your
And
Honor.
anything else for the record in 20-03318?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna return the police report concerning the factual basis. And Ms. Calkins, you should be at probation by March 20th of this date, and we'll see you on May 20th. All right, ma'am? You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
I could just have a moment.
Sure.
do note,
I think he's got another bond.
yes, I do note, I was advised by my colleagues, he failed to appear for a PCC last
Yeah.
week.
All right, we can call that at the end, and then DeMarco Washington is here on Zoom.
Wonderful. I can speak with him.
All right. So, Mr. Washington, I'm going to place you in a room with your public defender, Mr. Harris. I'm going to go ahead and place you in room 1. All right, sir?
All right.
And then I'll place your public defender in the same room once he joins us.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Megan, you can put DeMarco Washington in room 1. Who's on the Moto G Stylus 5G cell phone? You just joined the Zoom courtroom once again. Can you identify yourself? You have to unmute.
Derek Lampman.
Mr. Lampman, I have you. What's your name on the other cell phone that you just joined? Yes.
Kylie DeSess.
All right. Mr. Sess, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right. And you're in pro per, you don't have counsel, is that correct?
Yes, I have somebody joining me.
Yep, I got it. Okay. So I have you as a pro per, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
I need it on the record. So, all right. So, Mr. Sess, let's call your case. I have the assistant prosecutor here. This is on a motion on order on application set aside for a disorderly person based on date of conviction of September 17th, 2019. And that was a motion brought by yourself. And I do have proof of service in regards to the Attorney General's office and the prosecutor's office, that they both received service on May 3rd. Let's see if I can say May 3rd, 2025. So far that's correct. Is that correct, Mr. Sess?
Yeah.
All right. The Attorney General's office has indicated that they have no objection to the order on application to set aside convictions. They did that in writing. Ms. Izell is here from the prosecutor's office. Is there any objection to the order on application to set aside convictions from the prosecutor's office, Mrs. Izell?
There's not, Your Honor.
All right. With proof of service and both the prosecutor's office and the Attorney General's office not having any objection, I'm going to read the order into the record. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
So the applicant has not been convicted of 3 felonies. The applicant has not been convicted of any criminal offense during the applicable time period required under MCL 780.621. The time period required for the following conviction of disorderly person, 750.1667 has passed. Circumstance and behavior of the applicant from the date of the applicant's conviction to the filing of the applicant weren't setting aside and is consistent with public welfare. I will check box 12. The application is granted as the following convictions listed in item 1, disorderly person, have been met. And the application is granted. Anything you'd like to say to the court before the court signs the order on application to set aside the conviction, Mr. Sass?
I just want to say thank you so much. I am going to use this to gain a better job and full-time employment for me and my kids.
All right, and my understanding is you were assisted in filling out the paperwork by Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Well, all the paperwork is valid. So they did what they're supposed to do. And Mr. Sess, I am signing the order setting aside the convictions. And I'll make an indication on the register of actions that I've signed the order. And you should be all set, ma'am. You should be all set. If you want a copy of the order, you could probably contact the civil department. And this is a criminal department in order to get a copy of the order for your records. But I've signed the order on application to set aside the conviction. All right, Mr. Sess?
Okay. Thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
It's not Mr. Lee. Sir, are you Brandon Labry in post 3? Sir, in Ingham County, in Ingham Jail post 3, could you identify yourself?
I'm Brandon Michael Labry.
And what's your name, sir? In Ingham Jail post 3, could you identify yourself?
Brandon Michael Labry.
Okay, thank you, Labrie. All right, Mr. Labrie, we'll call your case next. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402350. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Labrie. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Brandon Labrie.
And sir, you are Brandon Labrie, is that correct? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Labrie? Mr. Labrie, you can hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. All right. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Labrie has a felony file that is pending. In that file, criminal responsibility is being investigated. The ultimate goal there is to get a not guilty by reason of insanity plea entered. And so the meeting with the psychologist and psychiatrist, et cetera, is ongoing. So until that is resolved, Your Honor, we cannot move forward with this case.
Okay. So there's a competency issue in circuit court.
Correct.
All right. Here's the problem. October, November, December, January. Where he's been, I think he's reached his limit in incarceration.
He's at 141 days.
So he's at 141 days, but he can't plead because he's not competent. Yeah, because has he been incarcerated since arraignment?
I believe so.
And we've been waiting for this to happen in circuit court.
He has been, because the felony file that Mr. Lee referenced was in front of us, and we sent him to forensic on the whether or not he was competent to stand. And I believe that came back competent. He has been bound over, and now they are waiting for the responsibility section. So in our case, for the same case, he was found competent and bound over.
So he's got over the allotted time on this file. Yeah, I mean, he's incarcerated on another file, but I think he's over the allotted time. Mrs. L, so I don't know if you've contemplated that or not, but we probably should set this for next week, and that'll give you the opportunity to explain what you want to do, because he's got the allotted time in this matter. Yeah, this is a 93-day misdemeanor. He's got over 93 days. Now he's in on another packet in felony in circuit court, but he's got all his time in on this case. So I will await to hear. I guess we'll await to hear from you. We'll adjourn it for a week. Okay. So that'll give you the opportunity to go and talk to the powers that be, and then you can explain to him, like, even if he's convicted, I don't know what else you'd get, but then the time. And then Mr. Lee, he's not going anywhere. So based on the proceeding, so we will adjourn. And let's adjourn for 1 week. Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it a pre-trial. I don't really know what.
Yeah. For lack of a better term, we're going to call it a pre-trial.
You don't want him in person.
No, he can come by. He can come via Zoom. Mr. Lee, you might have to talk to him, just to let him know. I'm anticipating that this case will be dismissed. Okay, that's what I'm anticipating. But I want to give Mrs. L time to talk to the powers that be, and she may have to talk to the victim in the matter. But So we'll adjourn the pretrial for 1 week too.
The 25th at 9:30.
So a week from today at 9 o'clock. And of course, Mr. Lee, your hands are tied because he's incompetent at this time. So, all right. So we will adjourn this for 1 week to allow the prosecutor to address any issue involved in this case. We'll be back on May 25th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Lee, you can do the best you can to communicate to your client, but I'll see everybody back here on May 25th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 2402350, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Labrie, you're all set. I'll see you next week at 9 o'clock, and Mr. Lee will be in to talk to you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Shit. Of course, I don't know. Think you be president, bitch. Stupid. This.
So, Mr. Smith, I'm going to place you in a room with your public defender, Mr. Lee, so that you can talk about, this is a video pretrial conference. So, Mr. Smith, I'm going to place you in room 4, and then I'll place Mr. Lee once he joins us. All right, sir? Mr. Smith, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
All right. All right. So I'm going to place you in room 4. And then you should go. Okay. That happened fast.
Did we do anything on Erica Van Buren?
No, she's at the FTA, I think.
Okay, I every now and then I forget to cross things off.
And then Mr. Harris, what cases are you ready to go on?
Your Honor, I am currently ready on Mr. Letts, Mr. Washington, and Mr. Cooper. I would still need to speak with and Mr. Smith. No, Mr. Smith I haven't spoken with. I need to speak with Smith and Lampman.
Lampman. All right. Let's do the cases that you're here for, and then I'll place you in a room. I know Mr. Lampman's been waiting, but let's do Mr. Letts, since I know Mr. Letts is here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500219. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Austin Letts. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Letts, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Austin Letts, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Letts?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a People of the State of Michigan pretrial. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Harry.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, we would be requesting this case be set for a final pretrial. I've communicated the offer from the city, but my client has indicated he would like to have this set for a final pretrial.
All right, we'll set it for final pretrial on
April 1st, 8:30.
We'll set it for final pretrial on April 1st at 8:30. Mr. Letts, it'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. And we'll set it for April 1st at 8:30. You will get notice sent to the Massachusetts Avenue address. Is that still a good address for you, Mr. Letts?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 2500219, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing to defense, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set, Mr. Letts. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And then, Mr. Harris, who else did you say you're ready on?
I am currently ready on DeMarco Washington and Shamar Cooper.
All right, let's go on Mr. Washington. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-03345. That is People of the State of Michigan versus DeMarco Washington. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Izal, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. DeMarco Washington, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are DeMarco Washington, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Washington?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in this matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Harry.
Mr. Harris, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we will be requesting this case to be set for a final pretrial. I have communicated the offer to my client, and he wishes to have this set for a final pretrial.
Okay, we will set for final pretrial on
April 1st at 8:30, please.
April 1st at 8:30. All right, so that'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing, Mr. Washington. Will be set on April 1st at 8:30. And that Orchard Court address is still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll see you on April 1st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 21-03345, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing to defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Washington, we'll see you on that April 1st date. Thank you for your appearance today. And then Mr. Harris, I know you said one other.
Shamar Cooper, who I believe might still be in the breakout room. He was appearing via
All right.
phone.
Let me see if I can bring. Now we lost Mr. Cooper. Oh, let's bring him over. And then Mr. Lee, did you need Mr. Smith brought over? Mr. Lee, were you all done with Mr. Smith?
I apologize, Your Honor. No, I have not met with him yet. If he's in a breakout room, if I could be placed in a breakout room with him, that would be
all right.
great. Thank you.
You'll get a prompt to go to room 4.
All right.
All right. And Mr. Cooper, we'll call your case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01070. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Shamar Cooper. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Izal, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris, who is appearing via Polycom from the Ingham County Jail. Well, who is appearing via Zoom on behalf of Mr. Shamar Cooper, who is appearing via Polycom from the Ingham County Jail via Polycom, Your Honor. Apologies.
All right, and sir, you are Shamar Cooper, is that correct?
Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Cooper? And you'll have to move a little closer to the mic because I can barely hear you. Is that a yes, sir?
I can.
All right,
Yes, sir.
thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, if I could defer to Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, I have spoken with Mr. Cooper and communicated the offer from the city. He is considering that offer, and we would like to have this set for a final pretrial, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, set for final pretrial. And what date?
April 1st at 8:30.
April 1st at 8:30. I was gonna say that, and then I thought I better check. April 1st at 8:30. So Mr. Cooper, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor City Hall of Lansing. If you're still incarcerated, they'll bring you over for that, or they'll place you on a polycom. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01-070, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you on April 1st at 8:30. You should be all set, Mr. Cooper. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, and then Mr. Harris, we can place you in different rooms. So who did you want to go to first? We have Mr. Lampman's here, Miss Scott is here via Zoom, and then Miss Jackson's here via Zoom.
So I figure I can just take them in order, Your Honor, and go
All right,
with
so-
Scott, Ben
so
Jackson, and
All right, so I'm gonna put Miss Scott, you can unmute. Angela Scott, you can unmute.
Yeah. Yes, okay.
All right, I'm gonna place you in a room with your public defender. And then Mr. Lampman, I'm gonna place you in a different room with your public defender, and you can just pop into each room as we go. So Miss Scott, I'm gonna place you in room 1 with your Mr. Harris, and then Mr. Lampman, I'll place you in room 2. And then you have Miss Jackson too.
yes, Your Honor.
I'll place you in room 3 with that. So Miss Scott, well, you should get a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
And then Mr. Harris, I'll put you in room 1. Then Mr. Lampman, you will get a prompt to go to room 2. And Miss Jackson, you'll get a prompt to go to room 3. Mr. Lee, did you want me to bring Mr. Smith back?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So the last. No. I don't have it. Here it is. It's me. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00291. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jermaine Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jermaine Lewis Smith.
And sir, you are Jermaine Lewis Smith, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a People of the State of Michigan pretrial. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, if I could defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, we will leave this on for a final pretrial.
Okay, so we'll set for final pretrial. And that we've been using that April 1st date.
Is it okay if we keep him on video? Do you want MDOC to bring him?
I think for the final pretrial, I think we're okay with this method for final pretrial?
That's fine.
Okay, so without objection, Mr. Lee, we're gonna do the final pretrial via video conference like we are today. And then, but Mrs. L, you should still have your victim here, correct? Okay. All right, we'll set for final pretrial on, I believe it's April 1st at 8:30. All right, so we've set it for final pretrial on April 1st at 8:30. Polycom or this Zoom video conferencing is acceptable for that final pretrial. So Mr. Smith can join us per video pretrial conferencing system. Anything else for the record in 2500291, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're all set. We'll see you on April 1st at 8:30. All right, sir?
All right, thank you.
You're all set. And Mr. Lee, thanks for helping us out there on that case.
Absolutely. My pleasure, Your Honor. I'll return to the courtroom.
Okay. All right, and then Mr. Harris, did you want to go to room 2 with Mr. Lampman?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You should be there. You should get a prompt to go to room 2. All right, Miss Scott, Mr. Harris is with another client. We're going to call your case as soon as he joins us. All right, ma'am? You have to unmute.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You just stand by and we'll call your case in just a second.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 23-03288 and 24-01406. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Erica Van Buren. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, on behalf of Erica Van Buren.
All right, this was set for 8:30 for final pretrial. It is now 10:34. I do not see an Erica Van Buren in the physical courtroom or the Zoom courtroom. We'll call her name in the hallway just in case, but nobody's answered to that name in the hallway. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Ms. Van Buren?
I have not, Your Honor. We do not have a good phone number in our system for her.
Right. I have 3 prior bench warrants have been issued concerning fail to appear. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pre-trial conference. Mrs. L, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we would be requesting a bench warrant in these cases.
Any comment, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for Ms. Van Buren's fail to appear on 23-03288 and 24-01406, and also that their previous fail to appears as of May 28, 2024, June 17, 2024, and October 28, 2024. So that's all for the record on those 2 files. There's Ms. Van Buren, and then who has the Shabazz matter? That's a fail to appear. That we had a previous warrant issued on that.
That's Mr. Harris, but I
Okay.
can stand in.
All right, and then we have, is yours Tyler Barton?
Yes.
All right, let's do Shabazz, and then we'll do Barton. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00977 and 24-02475. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Micah Shabazz. I'll just go do a new. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, on behalf of Micah Amir Khalil Shabazz.
All right, this time set for pretrial in the matter. It was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:37. It would appear that Micah Shabazz has failed to appear for the People of the state of Michigan pretrial. This was scheduled for pretrial and bond modification. It's also and neither on either file, bond modification on was set for pretrial, and then there was a bond modification set. I don't know if that was
It should have been a bond violation.
okay. Yeah, this says scheduled bond modification. But regardless, Mr. Shabazz is not present. On 22-00977, I have a prior fail to appear on July 25th of 2022. I have a fail to appear on January 24th, a fail to appear on January 24th, 2023. And there was some indication that that it was Clinton County, and the file was part of a resolution, a more global resolution. And then there was a fail to appear on September 5th. That's when there was discussion concerning this matter. Mrs. L, how did you want to proceed today? It would appear the defendants failed to appear for pretrial and for PA 53 contact, and then failed to appear for the pretrial on the retail fraud.
Correct, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, we would be asking for a bench warrant to be issued in this case.
All right, Mr. Lee, I don't know if your office had any contact with Mr. Shabazz, but any comment on the request for bench warrant?
I'm reading from the notes, Your Honor. It looks like Mr. Harris has tried to contact Mr. Shabazz. I would only ask perhaps that the bench warrant be issued only on the 24-02-475 case, as it appears the other case was scheduled for a bond modification hearing by Mr. Shabazz and his attorney for his benefit. It was not necessarily a case that would have otherwise been scheduled by the court, is my understanding. And that would be my only comment.
Yeah, we scheduled this. Let's see.
Weren't you two-case, Judge? We originally did a warrant for his failing to appear at probation for his.
So
PSI.
so there's already a warrant on this case.
Well, they canceled the warrant because he posted a bond on it, and it appears that the clerks just incorrectly set the bond modification. It's a newer clerk, so I'm not sure
All right.
where they were going.
He has a warrant for our felony file.
Yeah, he's got a warrant out for a felony file from last week, I think. I'm going to grant the motion so we will issue a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture on 24-02-475. And then I'm going to indicate that no bond was issued on the no bench warrant was issued on the bond modification, since he has two other bench warrants for him. One on the one we just issued, and one on last week, the felony that he failed to appear on. So no bench warrant issued on bond modification file or PA 53 file. And that's only because I don't know what probation, I don't know what they set.
Oh, they said they had sent it up for, is that note still in there?
Yeah, and I said, yes, this defendant didn't appear on or contact probation for second referral. He had an arraignment scheduled on February 25th that he failed to appear for on another case. Would you like to issue a warrant? And I said, yes.
So I typed the warrant, you signed it. The clerk canceled it because he was arraigned on the other matter. And they set this hearing incorrectly.
All right.
So we can just schedule it for a review in 2 weeks and see if he magically appears in probation.
Yeah, let's schedule we'll schedule for review, since they did cancel the warrant.
Yeah.
So they schedule for review, and what date?
April 1st at 10.
April 1st at 10. I have a feeling that we'll find out Mr. Shabazz has been incarcerated because he was previously incarcerated on other files in Clinton County.
I think that's where he may.
So that's where he may be. He was also in Calhoun County. So, all right. So I'm not going to issue a bench warrant on 22-00977. We're going to reschedule for April 1st at 10 o'clock. I am issuing a bench warrant on 24-02475 for his failure to appear today on that pretrial. Anything else for the record on either one of those files, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Harries, were you ready to go on were you ready to meet with Ms. Jackson and then we can put them all on the record?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. Let's put you in room 3. And we can go on, that was Mr. Shabazz. Tyler Barton. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00684. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Tyler Barton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Bell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tyler Lee Barton.
Right, this was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:44. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. I do not see Mr. Barton in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody by the name of Mr. Barton in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for one, the PA 53 violation. And the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Lee, do you have an indication that you had any contact with Mr. Barton?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we do not have good contact information from Mr. Barton, so we have not had contact.
All right. Mrs. L, it appears that the defendant has failed to appear for both the PA 53 and the pretrial conference. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, based on this being an assaultive matter, we would ask for a bench warrant to be issued in this case.
All right. Any comment, Mr. Lee?
I am not sure. I'm looking right now to see if he has any prior failures to appear.
Right.
I don't see any. We would ask for a 48-hour hold.
All right. This is an assault and battery concerning this matter. There's also PA 53 that failed to appear. So I have some discretion. I will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture without the 48-hour hold based on the assault and battery assaultive conduct on this matter. There's also PA 53 violation. The allegation was that they had violated, that Mr. Barton had violated the no contact order in regards to Ellie Fitzgerald. And so I will issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture for non-appearance today. Anything else for the record in 25-00684, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Harries, were you going to join us on those files or via Zoom or in person? I think he's coming right now. All right, Ms. Scott, we'll call your case first. Did you want the opportunity to speak with Ms. Azell?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So Ms. Scott, we'll call your case in just a second.
Woo-wee.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Scott, we'll call your case. You can unmute. All right.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 24-03469. 24-03470. 24-03672. 24-03673. 25-00063. And 25-00064. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Angela Scott. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Scott, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Angela Scott, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Scott?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial conference on these files. Mrs. L., how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that that Ms. Scott is in the process of obtaining the dog license that are necessary to be in compliance with the law. At this time, we would be asking for an adjournment to give her time to do so.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a fair statement.
Okay, so adjourn. So this will be the last adjournment on the matter, since we've got multiple files and we've adjourned before. Looks like we adjourned on February 18th. So Ms. Scott, and we'll set it out. It'll be set out a month or so for compliance purposes.
Okay, Your Honor. I surrendered one of my dogs.
All right, we're gonna. I think that's all gonna be part of the initial resolution of this matter. But we've got some other files to deal with. So we'll figure out what files are left and what files are where the dogs are surrendered. So we'll reset this pretrial on the 6 files for
April 22nd at 9.
April 22nd at 9 o'clock. So Ms. Scott, what is a good mailing address for you? Is that still, I have right now let me make sure.
South Hayford.
Okay, so it's still, the Hayford address is still a good address for you. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
You'll get notice sent to the you'll get notice sent for the pretrial on April 22nd at 9 o'clock. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in any of these files, Ms. Izell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing in defense, Your Honor.
All right. I'll see you on that April 22nd date. Ms. Scott, you're all set.
Thanks.
Then we had Ms. Jackson.
Your Honor, we are ready on that.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in dockets 25-00469 and 25-00547. That is People, the State of Michigan versus Tiffany Jackson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Jackson, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Tiffany Jackson, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a People of the State of Michigan pretrial. Mrs. L., how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, evidence has been provided to the people of compliance with the law now for both the dog license and the dog at large, as remedial measures have been taken. At this time, Your Honor, we would ask that a nollie be submitted in this case.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Harris.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes. For compliance purposes. All right, so Ms. Jackson, I think these are both on a ticket. Maybe not, maybe not. Let's see. No, they're both on a warrant.
Okay.
So that's good. So for compliance purposes, the people are moving to dismiss for, it is a terrier named Louie, and they both involve a terrier named Louie. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's correct, yes.
All right. All right, we will let Mrs. L do the nollie process for the people move to dismiss. The only reason we're doing that is because it's on information. So Ms. Jackson, on file 25-00547 and 25-00469, the cases are, the cases are dismissed per the nollie process issued by the prosecutor. I'll make sure each one goes 547 and 546. And ma'am, you should be all set. All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. I will sign the nollie process. I think I should do that before I file them. And you're all set. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
We have Mr. Lampman.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00427. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Derek Lampman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Lampman, who's appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Derek Lampman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Lampman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mrs. L., how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be asking this be left on for a final pretrial.
That is correct, Your Honor. We'll be requesting a final pretrial on this case as negotiations continue.
All right, and so my understanding the negotiations are continue. We probably want it set maybe out a little bit, because it would be set within the next week or 2 or 30 days. So I'll leave that up to you. We've been using an April 1st date, and then so it'd be April 1st or April 22nd.
April 1st should be fine.
I think we can make it
all right
work, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial on April 1st. At what time?
8:30.
8:30. So that's a final pretrial on this case. Is there any reason we can't have the final pretrial on Zoom, Ms. Azell?
No.
All right. You know more about the case than I do, but if Zoom's appropriate, if Zoom can be appropriate, you can contact. All right. So, Mr. Lampman, we will have that final pretrial. Zoom is appropriate in this matter, so you can attend via Zoom.
Okay.
And we've set it for April 1st at 8:30.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for the record in 25-00427, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lampin, you're all set. We'll see you on that April 1st date at 8:30.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. And then Miss Pierce.
That's one moment, please.
All right.
Everyone else. We already talked about all of this. Probably already discussed it.
Your Honor, we are ready to go on, Ms. Pierce.
All right. All right, so. All right, so we're on the record in 24-02566. Twenty-four zero two five six five. 24-02566. Well, 66. That's
Yeah, I believe there was also because of a motion hearing, Your Honor.
Oh,
that
okay.
May also potentially be rendered moot by agreements made between the parties.
I don't see, let's see, 6-5, 6-6. I have 6-9 and 6-8. Okay. So 24-02568 and 24-02569. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Brittany Pierce. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender here, and James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Pierce, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Brittany Pierce, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It's actually a motion, a plea, a motion and hearing and plea were set. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, a plea offer has been extended to Ms. Pierce through her defense attorney to plead to 1 count of dog at large and 1 count of unlicensed dog with a dismissal of the remainder, including the dismissal of the dog bite.
All right. So on which file would be the dog at large?
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Confused about. on the ticket with the rest of them. I can provide you the ticket that has been given to your office previous times. There is one ticket for a dog at large, ticket number 2300. There is one ticket for a dog at large with a dog bite. There's actually two charges of dog at large, 2299. Then there is a third ticket. That ticket is 2301, which is 3 counts of unlicensed dog.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so
Apologies.
which would be the file for the dog at large?
Your Honor, I believe it would be file number 24-02565.
65. Okay. So this would be a plea discharged. Resolution. Right, and then there's a, that's the dog at large, and then there was a plea to an unlicensed dog.
Correct, Your Honor. There does seem to be 3 tickets included in this case, and it would be on one of those tickets that the unlicensed dog count would be on.
All right, so let me see if that's on. So let's see if that is. Those are both 2 dog at larges on 565. On 566, let's see. That would be 2 dog at larges and a dog bite. On 68, that would be 2 dog at larges and a dog bite. And on 69, I just have a dog at large.
I don't think we have a dog unlicensed.
I don't, yeah, so I don't have a ticket with the unlicensed dog.
Then, Your Honor, we would ask to change the plea agreement to be 2 counts of dog at large.
All right, so
At this
that would
time.
be,
And I believe that the defense would need to have a moment to discuss that. Yeah.
all right, so can that go with so that would be 2 counts. Could that be on the same file, 569, since there's counts 1 and counts 3 of dog at large?
It could be, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So the offer that's been extended, my understanding is 2 counts of dog at large and dismiss the rest. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, did you need some time to go over that, the plea offer with Ms. Pierce?
Yes, please.
All right.
Your Honor.
So go ahead and speak to Ms. Pierce. And then just come get me when you're ready. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sounds like that went well.
I have no idea. We have a ticket in our file, but we don't have, the ticket's not in the court's file?
Not for an unlicensed dog.
So we're on the record in docket 24-03230. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Bradley Bacon. Will the parties please announce their presence for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Bacon, who unfortunately is not here in person or via Zoom.
So this was set for 1:30 for sentencing. It is now 1:57. And based on the representations council, I do not see Mr. Bacon in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the hallway. Mr. Harris has indicated that he has not had any, or I believe Mr. Harris has indicated at this point in time, you've yet to have any contact with Mr. Bacon?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not been able to make any contact via phone or email.
So it appears, Mrs. Zell, that defendant has failed to appear for sentencing today. How did you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on the fact that this was an assaultive crime, we would ask that a bench warrant be issued in this case.
All right. Any comment, Mr. Harris?
I would, no comment, Your Honor.
All right. Because this is the nature of the crime was an assaultive crime, the pre-sentence report did not come back in Mr. Bacon's favor. The court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture in the matter. I don't know if Mr. Bacon even got to see the pre-sentence report, but the recommendation was jail today for Mr. Bacon. So it doesn't surprise me that he's not here. I just didn't know if he'd seen it or not. He certainly did not come to terms with his probation officer concerning this matter. So we will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture in the matter. Anything else for the record in 24-03230, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Nothing to defense, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Arguably, I mean, the PSI did kind of come out in his favor because he didn't want jail.
Generally, what happens, it's been my experience that he shows up, he reads it, and then he's like, I gotta go put money in the parking meter, and then you never see him again.
Like, I find that a bit interesting because all of the notes I've seen from times where he was here on the record, and all of the notes from like discussing an offer is he wants jail, only jail.
Really?
He is refusing to accept any offer that involves probation.
I think he relayed that to the probation officer.
Yes.
At first, I read the PSI and went, "This is odd. Why is probation so serious about jail?" And then I went through the notes, and everything.
I get
went
it.
there and said, "I don't want probation. I want jail."
That was always my the modus operandi in circuit court. The recommendation was to prison. The guy was out, and so somebody would come in and they'd read the pre-sentence report. And then they'd be like, I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. And they'd leave. And then the attorney says, my client's going to be like, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not coming back. If he comes back, he's going to the Department of Corrections. That's the pre-sentence. You just went over it with him. He didn't like it. I understand. And now he's in the wind. So they're like, no, he'll be back. He said he's just going to the bathroom. We'll give him about 30 minutes, you know. It's just the nature of it, you know.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, it's hard for me to blame him. If I knew I was going to the Department of Corrections, I'd probably be going to the bathroom too. So I kind of get it. All right. Well, that was a short afternoon. Yeah, we deserved one. We deserved a short afternoon. And I will see. This is all. I probably won't see you till next week and Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So
I will see you on Monday.
All right. We'll see you, James.
That's great. Mr. Bacon. I'll come out that way. Thank you, though.
This is for Mr. Bacon.
Yep.
He should do some time. He's a DFA. Let's remand him. Yeah. He can start collecting his time now. Megan, I thought you were leaving us for the week, and I didn't read it.
No,
It's
not
for
till
May.
Not till May.
It's May. What plans do you have for the week in May?
That's my birthday week.
Oh,
Going to Florida.
Going to Florida for your birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember when we still celebrated that?
Well, We were a lot older than me. So, where in Florida do you go?
Fort Myers.
Fort Myers?
Yeah.
I think you'll have
Nice
fun.
area.
Yeah,
Been there quite a few times.
I think you're gonna have a good time. Every day's a birthday for us. Every day's a birthday for every day you wake up and you're breathing is a birthday.
Every waking day.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of people who don't or can't. So
The judge thought I was putting it for the rest of the week.
I
Like,
did.
he's like,
I was like,
"Megan's
Megan's
gonna
gone Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I'm like,
I really don't care. I mean, if people got to cover, it's your vacation time, use it the way you want. And
That is funny though.
yeah, but I was like, and so I said to Wendy, I'm like, Wendy, I think we lose Megan Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. She's like, it's May. Like, it is May. You're right. It's May.
Speaking of vacation, I was told by Judge Simmons that one of the meetings you missed, that Addie and I could have Christmas off. So at some time, will you confirm that?
You
with
told
me?
that with Judge Simmons? You should confirm that with Anithia. Because I'm not gonna write my name on that.
Yes, I will go double check with them, but if they say, okay, will you sign that slip I gave you whenever I gave it to you?
Once I hear from Anithia, yes.
Will
Yeah,
do.
because because Anitha's the one who told me not to sign it.
Right,
So when she says to sign it, absolutely.
okay. They're off site, I think, today. I'll ask her tomorrow. Yeah, I'll ask her tomorrow.
I'm just a little hesitant to
Yeah.
sign anything on what Judge Simmons
Well,
says.
apparently it was spread through because Shelley is, I already got my time approved off. I'm not changing it. I'm like, I'm not here